Um, I immediately forgot what part number this is. I think it's 18. Anyway, my immediately previous recording, whatever I numbered it as, I said that I'd have a big block of time, perhaps 8 hours, to work on this game next week. And next week has come, and I don't think right now I have a full 8 hours. Maybe I have 6 or 7 hours, but still a lot of time to work on this. And it may not be completely uninterrupted. There are some projects going on in the real world that I might have to step out every once in a while and work on, and then I have to step back into this task and pick up my train of thought where I've left off. Um, but that's okay. I'll take what I can get. Now, like to address some of the comments, part 15 is the most recent part that I've published um, at the time of recording this. So that means that parts 16 and 17, if there's two parts, I forget how many, they will be after the comments on part 15, but before this, before recording. Let me try to get this right. They're before the comments on 15, because I recorded them before publishing 15. And so they're not going to mention anything. But this one is after the publishing of 15 and the comments on 15. So this is after those. Okay, now they got that right. So we have Dark Rage. No, it's Dark Rice Rage. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. Said the following. This is on part 15. First of all, really great seeing someone doing a playthrough of this in English. Personally, I used the screenshot translator from BlueStacks to play it, but your way looks way less complicated. At this point, I'd rather turn to a guide for this. You're free to continue as you are, of course. Rimaru's path has been noted as pretty confusing concerning the choices, how they affect what ending you get there. And I agree with that. And then he puts a second comment 2 days later. So I watched the end of this part, and just in case, I'll post a choice guide to a different Rinmaru ending, edited with numbers. I use myself under this comment as an answer. I could provide the link to the guide if you like, but I get that linking some link from the internet is a bad idea. It's just for future reference, so if you have an idea how to proceed when needed. And I remember, like in the immediately previous recording, which hadn't been published yet at the time of this, I said, if anybody had not played this before and are just sort of watching along with me, I'd like to hear what your guesses would be about how exactly you could get a different ending than the ending I've been getting, which I believe is called the divide ending. But if people who have played it and already figured it out, or have already looked at a guide, I don't really want that kind of feedback. Well, at this time, that part hadn't been published, right? So he didn't hear that comment, and so he just put a guide anyway. However, he did put it in a reply to his comment. So if I didn't want to look at it, I just couldn't because he's very considerate. So thank you, Dark Rice Rage. I'll look at that if I get stuck. I'm not like mad at you or anything. I know he like made like I don't know what DW stands for besides like Arthur's younger sister, but it says it was intended as just in case if I came across the back seating or something, I'm sorry. Yes, I know I'm an old engineer and maybe I sound grouchy and I have weird opinionated stuff I say. I might be kind of scary, but no, I'm not like mad at you. So thanks for putting it in a reply, right? Not just like shooting it at me so that it would just pop out in a notification. But I can look at it if I like to. I tend to be, but yeah, like this is not really like a moral thing. This is a personality thing of mine. I really don't like that experience of looking at a guide and it telling me what the answer is and then being like, dang it. Like if only and then I start like daydreaming about how I could have thought maybe this way and then maybe thought of this. And a certain process would eventually, by some way, lead me to the answer. And I missed out on the opportunity to do those thoughts and solve this puzzle because I gave up too soon, right? I actually, some reason intrinsically, tend to value actually solving this. And I think it might come from some respect for the author of the game. I know the author is just trying to get paid, but they could have written an easier game if they wanted to. I mean, there's plenty of easier games that KID made, right? I don't know if there was necessarily a requirement for Uchikoshi to get paid to make the game as difficult and maybe confusing and counterintuitive as it is. As far as I would guess, which I might be wrong, it was his choice to do so. And so he's challenging his customer base, he's challenging his audience, he's challenging the people that play this game to solve the puzzle that he's presenting to them. And I want to actually go after the puzzle that he's presenting and try to solve it. And try to actually take the test that he's testing me with. And not just be like, oh, I just only want the story. And pooey on you and your test of intellect. Now, I feel like it's showing me that I'm not very good at the test of intellect. Even if I do eventually solve it, I won't solve it. I won't really demonstrate a whole lot because, well, it'll probably be by luck. But in order to avoid that experience of regret, right? Of looking up how to solve this and then thinking about, oh, I could have this, I could have that. I'm going to spend not as much time as I could because then I could die and not finish this game. You know what I mean? Like a reasonable, somewhat long and extended amount of time trying to solve it before I look it up. But of course, it is better to eventually look it up and solve it than to just say well, I'm just going to punish myself if I'm not good enough to solve this. I don't deserve to know what the story is, and then just put the game on a shelf and never touch it again. That's kind of silly. Why? So eventually I will. I won't die on a hill or something. Eventually walk off the hill. So, as I said previously, I don't have any ideas about how to continue. So I'm actually, because I have a big block of time, I'm going to do this big block of time. I'm going to act like I do and be very patient with it and move into this very undirectedly. And we're going to go back to the start of Renmaru's choices and go through them very slowly and try to work it out. Now, there is the issue of Narumi's choices. And how maybe they could affect what goes on Renmaru's side. So this game is continuing the pattern, continuing the structure that Ever 17 and Remember 11 started, where you start the game with two perspectives and you're alternating between those two perspectives. And then eventually you only follow one perspective from then on out to the end. Given, compared to those two previous games, the place where you're switching back and forth is quite a bit longer. So about half the game you're switching back and forth, and then half the game you're only as one character. Whereas in Ever 17 and Remember 11, it was only the prologue where you're switching back and forth, and most of the game you only play as one character. Now, in Ever 17, there was no what you do as Takeshi affects what you do as the kid, and vice versa. You can make choices as both of those in the prologue, but those choices in the prologue only affect what would happen in one of their routes in the future. It doesn't choice in the prologue as the kid affect what happens in the Takeshi route if you go that way, right? Remember 11 is really complicated in that respect because if kind of rehashing this all over again, but in Remember 11, if you were to say, for example, play as one character, get a bad ending as that character, and then save the system data, start at the beginning again, play as the other character, you will get a bad ending as the other character when you reach the spot where the bad ending as the first character happened. Okay, which to me suggests, which is kind of clever, but to me it suggests that originally when the writers started writing it, they thought, the writer and the director started making the game, they thought that, like Ever 17, you'll be able to choose from the start which character you'd like to play as first. But then later, in order for ease of writing, they decide we're going to force you to get the good ending as, I think it's Kokoro, first before you play as Satoru. Because it's just too complicated for us to figure out how to make a disjoint set of truths between Kokoro and Satoru that you could learn. You need to learn both to get to the end. They thought that was just way too complicated. They managed to pull it off kind of with Ever 17, but they thought Remember 11 was too complicated, and they just gave up and decided to give up on its complementariness and just said Kokoro stuff you learn first, Satoru stuff you learn second. And so they made it so you had to get the good ending as Kokoro first. And then what happens is well, you never experience bad endings as Kokoro due to bad choices as Satoru because you can't play as Satoru yet. And they decided to make it default so that the good stuff on Satoru's side happens when you're not playing as him. So you go all the way through to the good ending as Kokoro. Then you would naturally switch to Satoru. Well, because you just got most previous ending you got as Kokoro as the good ending, you would have all the good stuff happened as Kokoro, so you never hit a bad ending as Satoru due to bad endings in Kokoro's route. So you get to the golden ending of the game, which happens at the end of Satoru's route, because I guess they simplified it because they were running out of time or money. And you have all these bad endings that you didn't get, and there doesn't seem to be a way to get and most of them are as Satoru, because there's more bad endings as Kokoro than Satoru, so there's more like hidden bad endings as Satoru. So you have these bad Satoru endings that it's hard to figure out how to get afterwards. So it's if you could play as both at the beginning, you could just grind at one character until you finish their route, and then turn and ground at the other character until you finish their route and never experience this either. But because you have the option of switching characters partway through, if you gave up on one, you could more easily than what they presented. Anyway, that's the whole Remember 11 summary. How that applies to this? Well, this could be like Remember 11 in that stuff you choose as Rinmaru, as Kurumi. The thing is, only that happened when there was an ending. So Remember 11, there was minor effects, right? You could have some minor effect where like Narumi, stuff you do as Narumi affects Rinmaru across. That's what I was trying to talk about. It's not out of the question. It's a possibility. That being said, I'm going to try to do simplifying things. I say simplifying assumptions in the search. I'm going to assume things are not the case, and then maybe in desperation later, I'm going to pick back up on them. I'm just going to assume that stuff you do as Narumi doesn't affect Rinmaru's route and hope that's right, just to shrink my search space. Okay. Second thing is I was somewhat pessimistic in my language in my previous recording. I said that there was approximately 4 billion different ways you could make choices as Rinmaru, and that's only with choices that I decided would likely have some effect on what happens next in the story. Some of them are just sort of like nonsense questions. These are questions I thought that maybe would matter, or choices that maybe would matter. Well, to correct myself, yeah, it's a big search space, but it's not like you would expect that the one that would every choice, there's only like one way to get an ending different than the divide ending. And that one way is only one of those 4 billion combinations. That's no, right? Like there's going to be multiple of those 4 billion. In other words, maybe 10% of those 4 billion combinations would lead to a different ending, and maybe 90% lead to the divide ending. In that case, if I were to just spit random choices, then there's a 1 out of 10 chance I could get a different ending. And if I just do random choices over and over again, more than 10 times, there would be the mean number of times that I would get an ending greater the expected value. Not really, you know what I mean? It's like the mean of the PDF, but we call it the expected value. The expected value of the number of times I would get an ending different than the divide ending would then be greater than 1. So I was a little bit like silly. Like these games are not that tight. So there is more hope than I thought or that I said. Anyway, we're going to start today always proceeding from choice number 3, as I call it, because I numbered the choices. Because choices 1 and 2 are choices you make as Rinmaru. I misspoke. They're choices you make as Narumi. So we're going to skip over Narumi and we're going to Rinmaru. So we're going to always start with choice number 3 today. So let's discuss, because we're going to go through this slowly and carefully because I have 6 hours or whatever. I did clear out I did take things out of my hard drive, by the way. So hopefully I have hard drive space issues. We're going to talk through each one, and hopefully I won't lose my patience and start blasting and spraying, right? So let's load choice number 3. So there are 3 options here. The one that's kind of interesting is the second one, because it prompts Mew to say that she has lost her cell phone. Now, I don't see how that could affect what's going on with that affecting the story. There is some question about who emailed Rinmaru and told him that Mew was in danger and she was on the roof of the Integral Hotel and so on. And a lot of the discussions, particularly what I was doing last recording, right, was messing around with colors and heavenly bodies, was about that whole quandary, like who sent it. And the best candidate that Rinmaru could think of at the conclusion of that conversation he was having with Mew and Mina was that it was Chisato. But there was still a lot of unanswered questions he had, like how would Chisato know about me nor know my email address, right? That Mew has a cell phone. I feel like the background music too loud thing is happening, but Mew has a cell phone and lost it at some point, we don't know where, in the events of her getting beat up by Kiridera and then the time slowdown and stuff. I'm gonna check the settings again. Okay, the background music is still down at 11. Can I put it down even lower? There we go, 6. Okay. It's still a little high. Her losing her cell phone might play into it. It might be important to know. Now, I vaguely recall that you learned she lost her cell phone later in the game, if you don't learn it here. So it's not like... may not actually be as critical to learn it here as you would think. But we'll try it. So we'll try using this as our go-to and brute force other things later. I wonder why I didn't notice it until now. I had completely forgotten the existence of cell phones. I hurriedly rummaged through my pockets. All I could feel was the fabric on my finger. Oh, it's Rimaru who lost his cell phone. Okay, so I better write that down because I forgot what's going on here.
何やってるの?
What are you doing? There is none.
何が?
What? Mobile. So like the K. So Keitai, is that what the word is? How it's pronounced? I should have put it here. So let me note that so that I don't forget here. So this one we find that Renmaru lost his phone. And that phone would have on it the text of the message from who he thinks is Chisato, but he's not sure. It's not Miu lost her phone, it's Renmaru lost his phone. Man, I'm not doing too well. It's been a while since I played this part.
落としたんじゃない?
Did you drop it? Maybe so. I mean, it could have ended up in the pool in Integral, right? So he would know to look there. I'm sure when I fell into the pool. Yeah, he has the same idea. So I just learned today, by looking at some, like, nonsense informal stuff, that Kusou means, like, literally means poop.
高かったの?
I just bought a new one yesterday. Was it expensive? Now we're learning about stuff about Rimaru's phone. Now it automatically went into auto mode. Or did it? Hopefully it didn't. Oh, it's not just a model change. So he changed his mobile company to crop, which comes to player. So this is on auto, so I don't know how to make it not on auto. I accidentally hit a hotkey for auto. No, star skips forward. Okay. This is bad. I hate... Okay, hopefully it's not an auto anymore. So we also learn here, in particular, if we make this choice, that also that Renmaru... Okay, it got off auto. So whatever I did got off auto. Is using the provider crop. Which might matter because, well, mysterious emails are a big part of this game. And being suspicious about who sent them. Regardless of who you're playing as, right? Like, Narumi's, like, trying to figure out who sent her certain emails and so on. I realized the email address, since my cell phone company changed, my email address naturally changed as well. Right, meaning that the email address that he was sent that message saying that Miu was in trouble was to a brand new one. Yesterday, on the evening of Saturday the 19th, I only told a few close friends about my new address. Both are friends from high school. I don't know about Miu. Or Miu wasn't told. So who exactly was the one who sent the email? You see, you're discussing all this stuff already. Like if you choose cell phones, right, you're already like thinking and discussing about Rimaru's cell phone that was lost. His new email address, all that stuff, right? So it seems like if I wanted to like solve the mysteries of the plot, this middle choice here on choice number 3 is by far the best. And so, yes, this is a star. Choice 3 is like assuredly a plot relevant choice, right? And it seems almost assuredly that the middle option is the best option to take. Like, it doesn't seem like there's very much doubt about which option to take. Although that commenter did say it's counterintuitive, it's confusing, right? So maybe it is counterintuitive and confusing. Maybe you're supposed to like discuss the mysteries of the story as little as possible, or some strange thing like that. I don't know. Also, it'd be interesting to know what the sign in the back at the police station here says. I don't have the ability to read it.
取りに戻る?
So Mew's like, go back to get it, meaning go back to integral. My thoughts were interrupted by Mew's question. After thinking about it for 6 seconds, I came to a conclusion. No, this isn't the time to do that. Right now, it's better to clarify the situation. So I'll write that down. We're also staging the idea of finding Renmaru's phone in the pool. When we eventually go back to integral, which even in the divide ending, we eventually do in the end, right?
そうだね。
So, Mew, please lend me your cell phone. Huh? It's your cell phone, you have it, right? Okay, so Mew muttered while fidgeting.
持ってない。
Does she not have a cell
手
phone?
元にないっていう意味じゃなくて、契約してないの。
Okay, so she has hardware, but she doesn't have any, like, plan on it. I don't want to read all these out loud because I've already played the game. I've already read them, right? I want to, like, kind of, I don't know, budget my words here. But you did have a
解
cell
約しちゃっ
phone,
たんだ。いらないから。
but I'm not paying for it right now. Which is foreshadowing that her parents are no longer, which are be it adopted parents, are no longer supporting her utilities. But instead of her saying, "Well, my parents are no longer paying for it," she basically said, "I ran away from home." However, it would be possible for her to run away from home, and her parents still paying for her cell phone plan. Like, I could imagine that happening. Because they still want hope of being able to eventually communicate with her, right?
平成。
This is a frustrating thing about living in 2026 is if you don't have a smartphone, some things are just needlessly difficult. So I eventually got a smartphone in 2022 because my boss just handed me one. Like a personal one, not just like, here's your work phone, or just like, no, here's just a phone. You have a phone now. Because he didn't like the idea of me just not having a phone. But before then, when it was COVID, right, and you had those QR codes on the tables at the restaurants, you scanned them to get a menu. I couldn't do any of that. So I'd always be that guy who had to ask for a paper menu, and then they had to wipe down the paper menus afterwards. Anyway, imagine paying for parking. Like if you have to do like one of those things you have to pay for parking via an app. Well, if you don't have a smartphone, that becomes incredibly difficult. You'd have to use a kiosk, and if there is no kiosk, which is sometimes the case, then you literally just can't. Which is why that shouldn't exist. One of the reasons why that shouldn't exist. There's some people like that today, that even though they have a smartphone, they're like, if I have to download an app to pay for my parking, I just refuse. There's so many different parking apps on your phone.
平成6年5月21日生まれ。
So that's something that I'm going to put in my notes as well on these choices, is that we learned that Mew's birthday is the 6th six before the turn of the millennium, I guess. The 5th month, 21st day. I don't know if that's going to matter, but now I have that written down. don't have like codes you need to type in. It's not, in this game, so I don't know if it's gonna really matter. Marubi's rude, but we have to kind of deal with it, right? And I have to confess, sometimes I'm like that, where I'm like, you know, I've already thought this thought, I was gonna do it, and you should have understood that I was going to do it because you know me well enough to know what my capabilities are. But it typically only comes out when somebody like asks me to do something or says I should do something in this condescending way, right? Where they're looking down at me for not doing it already. And I just kind of get mad at them. Anyway, tone matters. And then Mina shows up. Okay. Now we can't really permanent input these. So I'm just going to I don't know, I'm just going to have to put in the roomy choices every time. So this choice is, the top one is why are there no people? And the bottom one is why did you come here to the police station? Now, why are there no people tends to get to the heart of the matter more quickly. We're starting, but why did you come to the police station is sort of like being more friendly, you know, it's sort of a more natural thing to ask. Now, this is one of those choices where there isn't a clear, to me, like a clear answer as to what is the correct one and which one is the incorrect one. But I do have it listed as one of the choices where I thought it's like reasonable that it could affect the outcome. So this is one of those brute force choices where you pick a random choice. And I'll read it after I pick it just so that I can remind myself of what the two like immediately responses are to this. And you go and you try to do different combinations of these choices like this where we can't figure out which way it would go and to see if anything different happens depending on the choice. So we'll start with why are there no people? Hey, why is no one at this police station? No, it's not just here. There are no one in the nearby shopping district. Do you know the reason? When I asked Mina, she looked slightly surprised. So you guys don't know either? What on earth happened? I don't know. I just don't know what happened. So it looks like the response is a little bit better to the top one. I think that's what my older notes showed. So that's, but the thing is though, I've already gone through this and done all what I consider to be the best choices. And it just ended up with the divide ending, right? So I can't just go and do the same thing again and just choose everything I thought was good, because I'll just get the same thing happening again. I have to choose things that maybe are a little off, right, in order to get something different to happen. So I can't just go like, oh, the top choice is the best one, because that's just not going to work. Okay, let's continue. So this one, you have to go through all of these anyway, so this doesn't matter. Like, we don't have to worry about what we do here. We have to ask all these anyway. So if I were to go through and like do saves again at each of the choices, I wouldn't even put a save here or whatever that
いろん
is.
なところで電話を借りて。
Okay, so this is another choice as Narumi. Okay. I'm gonna pick the top of these two, but I'm just gonna assume that this doesn't really affect anything. This is another Narumi. Now, who are you of these three is the most friendly. However, Rinmaru says all of these hostilely. But this is the same situation as the guy where why'd you come to the police station where there are no people situation. I don't know which one of these is ultimately the best one. Because if I just redo all my old choices, I'm going to get the same thing happening again. So this is one where I don't know, and it goes into the brute force list. Now, this lie thing is weird. I don't know why lying would be better than act calm. But then again, this is counterintuitive, and what I've chose before doesn't work. So we're just going to pick the top choice here. So it's another brute force choice. So I'm going to label this as B, that's B, that's B. This is Narumi, explain to him. So the top one here is to scream, the bottom one here is to be more calm. I don't know why screaming would be better than being more calm. I would think more calm would be the better choice, but then again, all of my old choices didn't work. So this is another one of those brute force choices. Let me check, is this... Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna see if I need some like brute force notes. We'll get there later. So this is another brute force choice. It would seem obvious what the right answer is, but it is what it is. So we're gonna pick Scream, the uppermost choice for now. Now, if you hit no, it doesn't divide out into another choice. If you hit don't know, it will. So we're going to hit no for brute force reasons at the moment. Oh, I don't know either. Oh, this is backwards. Okay, yeah, I forgot this one was backwards. Okay, we're going to pick I don't know first.
お話ししましょう。1872年12月4日、
Why is it
大
not
西洋を航海中
skipping?
だった
Okay.
その貨物船の名はマリー・セレスト号。
So this is very weird because it's not skipping, which means I have not read this yet. So let's read this. Let's talk about this incident. On December 4th, 1872, the ship De Gracio was sailing in the Atlantic Ocean when it spotted a cargo ship floating in the ocean. The name of that cargo ship is Marie Celeste.
積み荷は工業用のアルコールで、船長とその妻、2歳になる娘、7人の船員たちを乗せているはずでした。
The cargo was industrial alcohol and was supposed to carry the captain, his wife, his 2-year-old daughter, and 7 sailors.
ところが、
However,
レイグラシア号の船員たちがマリー・セレスト号に乗り込んでみると、そこには人の姿が全く見当たらず。
we probably have read the story before, right? Just narrated by Renmaru, but narrated by Mina, we haven't. When the sailors of the De Gracia boarded the Marie Celeste, they found no one there. Does that mean it was left adrift unattended? Says Renmaru. Yeah.
けれど、それだけではありません。他に
I'm
も
using
不
the
思議なこ
skip
と
as
が
in
いくつか。
advance. But that's not all. There are some other strange things. Okay, so then it skips. So I read after that part. That means, says Renmaru. And then Renmaru has this fan out of choices he can make that he doesn't have previously if you don't say that you don't know or whatever. So I guess we're picking the top of those 4. Did the sailors mutiny?
船長と船員たちには強い信頼関係があったと言われています。
It is said that there's a strong relationship of trust between the captain and the crew.
船長は大変優れた人格者として船乗りの間では有名だったのです。
The captain was famous among the sailors as a man of great character.
決して反乱を起こさせるような人ではありませんでした。
He was never the kind of person who would cause a rebellion.
それに、もしも仮にそんなことが起こったとしても、船が放棄された理由にはなりません。
Besides, even if something like that happened, it wouldn't be the reason why the ship was
せ
abandoned.
っかく船長から奪った船を、どうして船員たちはわざわざ乗り捨てなければならなかったのでしょう。
Why did the sailors have to abandon the ship they took from the captain?
なるへろ。確かにそうだね。
Hello, that's certainly true. Then what happened?
ねえマイナさん、さっきこう言ったよね。
Mina-san, didn't you say it earlier?
マリー・セレスト号の船内は水浸しになってたって。
ええ、言いましたけど。
Yeah, I said it.
だ
Okay,
と
so this is
したら、
still...
分かっちゃったかも。
In that case, I might have figured it out. What?
答えだよ。
What? That's the answer! Hey, say it. When I prompted him, you answered as follows, her eyes shining
ズ
brightly.
バーリ
Zubari.
マリー・セレスト号は海の怪物クラーケンに襲われたのだ。
The Marie Celeste was attacked by the sea monster, the Kraken. Abokusa. Whatever that means. I kicked a pebble at my feet. However, Mina's reaction was different from
ゆ
mine.
うちゃん。
Mew-chan. Mina stares into Mew's
正
eyes.
解です。
Correct! That's what she said. Bakada! Yeah. Mew gets excited and dances a little. I shake my head in amazement. Seeing us like that, Mina chuckled.
冗談ですよ。
Hey, I'm just kidding. Are you kidding?
そういう変わった説を唱えている人がいることは事実ですけどね。
It is true there are people who advocate such strange
で
theories.
も何の根拠もありません。
But there is no basis
要
for
する
it.
にただの都市伝説みたいなものです。
In short, it's just an urban legend.
なんだ、つまんないの。
What? It's so boring. Then what is the real correct
それ
answer?
はまだ分かっていないのです。
That I don't understand it
一
yet.
体マリー・セレスト号で何があったのか、
What on earth happened on the Marie Celeste?
人々はどこに消えてしまったのか。
Where had the people disappeared
事
to?
件は謎に包まれたまま、そのミステリアスな部分だけが誇張され、脚色を施されて、今も人々の間で語り継がれているのです。
Okay, now it probably will skip from here on out, right? Let's see if my old choices will spawn, if I don't know, into that. And then see if I can pick different things. And just read what the different answers are. So, the choice about whether knowing about the Dei Gracia is number 13. I saved number 13. Now this is from different choices leading up than the ones I just made, which I basically just threw out. Okay, so the one I ended up choosing was the one, that mutiny is the second one. So let's call this 13B, De Gracia. So 2 is crew mutinied. What is 1? Maybe they were attacked by pirates. Okay. Nothing was taken from the ship.
積み荷のアルコールも水や食料も乗っていた人々の私物も全部そのままだったのです。
All the alcohol, water, food, and personal belongings of the people on board were intact.
しかも船は無傷の状態。
And the ship is intact.
まだ使える綺麗な船を海賊がその場に放置しておくなんて考えられないよね。
It is unthinkable for pirates to leave a beautiful ship that is still usable. Then what happened?
ねえマイナさん、さっきこう言ったよね。
Hey, Minasan, didn't you say it earlier? And this should probably skip it, right? Yeah. See the other options. So the third one is this. Weren't they running out of water and food? And that reminds me, I need to pull up Google Translate. Okay. Because real Google Translate would translate this as, could they have run out of water and food?
いいえ、まだたっぷりと残されていたそうです。
No, it seemed there was still plenty left.
というか、レンマル君、ちゃんと私の話聞いてました？
I mean, Renmaru-kin, were you listening to me properly?
食卓には食べかけのシチューが残されていた。
There was half-eaten stew left on the table. I believe this is incorrect, but whatever.
そうです。
That's right.
第一、水や食料が尽きたとしても、船を放棄する理由にはなりません。
Even if they ran out of water and food, that's no reason to abandon ship. Well, yeah,
む
it
しろ
would be.
船にとどまったま
Go somewhere where there's
ま、なるべ
food.
く早く港に着こうと考えるのが普通でしょ。
Rather, it would be normal to stay on the ship and think about getting to the port as soon as possible.
しかも救命ボートは残されたままだったんでしょ。
And a lifeboat was there, right?
ボートも使わずに海に飛び込むなんて自殺行為だよ。
Jumping into the sea without using a boat is suicide. Yeah, you get, eaten by sharks, you get very, 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 very sunburned, and so on. Then what happened?
ねえマイナさん、さっきこう言ったよね。
And if you're further high enough latitude, you end up frozen as well. You end up in a Titanic situation, you get hypothermia. Hey, Minasan, did you say this earlier? Didn't you say this
マ
earlier?
リー・セレスト号の船内は水浸しになってたって。
The inside is flooded with
言い
water.
ましたけど、
だとし
Then we talk about the Kraken. So 3 is ran out of food. Let's do another load. Okay, next one. Oh, the last one is the Kraken. So this is going to be different. Surely you're not going to say they were attacked by the Kraken, are you? So Kraken is the last one, but rude. When I asked Maya looked into my eyes.
メンマルくん
Minmaru-kun.
正解です。
Correct. Are you serious?
というのは嘘です。
That's a lie. Which one is it? Maya put her hand on her mouth and giggled.
そういう変わった説を唱えている人がいることは事実ですけどね。でも
And then just skip forward. So you can Kraken yourself, but if you don't, then it's Mew who brings up the Kraken. Okay. So again, that's another brute force thing. It's not, I don't know how it, I would assume it wouldn't affect anything. Like, it's unlikely to have an effect, but there's no way to, like, know, because everything's not intuitive, apparently. Oh man, this is so hard. It's gonna be so time consuming. Okay, let's go back. Just keep swimming, just keep swimming. Okay, so we're gonna lock in the middle, right? Okay, we're locking that in. We're gonna search around that choice. Okay, we're gonna do this for Narumi. Top choice for brute force reasons. Guess you do all of them. Worry about Makoto. Know what RSD is. Okay. Uppermost. Uppermost. Oh, Otomachi explain. Get that kind of backwards. Okay. So we're gonna do Scream for some reason. Have Maya tell the story. Then propose, I don't know, Lucy got them and be wrong.
船
Okay, so this one is search as person. Which is actually really critical, by the way. Like, if you don't do this, it like really messes up your Narumi route. But that's if you're doing Narumi. Okay, so this is what we're pointing out, things that I expect to be in the sky, but aren't. Now, I think this doesn't really matter that much. You have clouds, birds, and helicopters. The This one is unlikely, one of the least likely to affect what happens next. Birds are just kind of like the right answer, though, I think. I mean, we can confirm that here. There are no clouds, it's sunny. It was raining so hard until noon.
なるほど。確かにそれも関係ないこともないのですが。
Certainly it's
けれど
unrelated.
今私が言おうとしていたのは
Well, what I was about to say was something different. I looked up at the sky. There weren't any clouds, but I felt like this blue wasn't quite strong enough to be called clear skies. Yeah, it's kind of like mildly cloudy.
もしかして
About birds? Birds? Yeah, because they're not
カ
there.
ラスも
Yeah, this is a little bit weird because it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of consequences of not picking birds. Birds is like the correct answer. If you do pick clouds, you do kind of get this the sky's not quite clear thing, suggesting you have the superposition of there being clouds and not clouds of certain weights. Right? It hints at the whole quantum superposition thing. I'm going to lock this one in for simplicity. It may not be right. Maybe this is something I should search over, but can't go through 4 billion, right? So I'm going to lock this one in on no birds. Just because I have to keep my search space reasonable. So, there we go. Probably insects too. Okay, now I can skip. Mine is like, we're in the future, and of course she's just wrong. Check the data again. Ruby, you don't really care. Tell Omega. So talking about the De Gracia some more. So the presumed correct one is move the conversation forward and not to be stop and be harsh. But I mean, this is one of the brute force ones. Perhaps. Again, it seems got to be counterintuitive. I wasn't completely convinced, but let's step back for now. Okay, keep going. Probably the best answer is that, but I have to change something up, right? Okay. Why is this not skipping? Oh, okay. And then... So you have agree and disagree. This is one of the brute force ones. Doesn't really change. Just one of the, I don't really, whatever. Well, let's pick this because this is I didn't do this choice before. Why not? Rimaru and Mew, they are witnesses to Sato's shooting incident. At the same time, it also is some kind of connection with they have some kind of connection with the Eclipse Project too. Although it's a connection that goes in the opposite direction and is an enemy.
確かにメールにはそんなようなことが書いてあるな。
Basically, they are enemies of the Eclipse Project too, but they are connected. That's certainly what was written in the email. I don't know the details, but I think Mew is probably a hindrance to the plan. That is why Kiradera is trying to kill her.
狙われている。現在進行形だな。
And then, what would be the real Google translated that? I'm being targeted. It's happening right now. Or probably they are being targeted. It's
今でも
happening
ミュウ
right
の
now.
身は危険にさらされていると。
Mew's body and life. Mew's life is still in danger. Probably. If Rimaru is around, he's in danger too. Makoto's email says we're on your side. I think Rimaru came to the top floor of Integral to save Mew.
そうか。だからお前はまず真っ先に2人のポートレートを書いたのか。
I see, so that's why you drew a portrait of the two of them first.
2人をできるだけ早く保護するために。
To protect the two as soon as possible. I nodded. By the way, Otomachi, what about the portrait data? What happened?
安心しろ。すでに送信済みだ。
Don't worry, it's already been sent.
捜査本部とボスのところに。
To the investigation headquarters and the boss. I hope they find it soon. So Otomachi keeps like folding and reopening his phone, right? Otomachi folded his mobile phone, open, shut, open, shut. After repeating the motion for no reason, he suddenly said
だ
this.
がそれにしても。
But even so...
いや、やっぱりやめておこう。本題からそれる。
No, let's just stop. We're digressing from the main topic. What's that? Don't worry about it, just say it.
大したことじゃないんだ。素朴な疑問。
It's not a big deal, it's a simple question. What?
レンマルとミュウ。2人はどうして現場から消えちまったんだろ
Renmaru and Mew, why did they disappear from the scene? Otomachi and I stared at each other in silence. There was an uncomfortable silence around me. As if to shake off the silence, Otomachi has grown
う。
significantly.
ま、そんなことは考えても仕方ないか。
Okay, let me see what real Google Translate has to say about that. As if to shake off the silence, Otomachi stretched broadly. Okay, that makes more sense. Well, there's no point in thinking
建
about
設的に
that.
行こう。わかることから順番に。
Let us be constructive starting from what we understand. Or let us construct starting from what we understand. Yes.
で、続きは
So, what's next? Continue.
言っただろ。手がかりとなる人物はたくさんいるって。
I told you there are many people who can provide
その
clues.
続きだよ。
That's the continuation. Oh, yeah. After Chisato's surgery is over, I want to hear from her. If Omega regains his memories, he will too. I want from him too. And then I held out my palm toward Otomachi and continued. Can you give me back my cell phone soon?
ボスか。
The boss?
ボスのところにかけるつもりだな。
Are you planning on calling the boss? That's right, the boss should know. About Makoto's current investigation target and its contents. So yes, give it back. Then Otomachi smacked my
ま
palm.
だだ。お前は大事なことを忘れてる。
Not yet, you're forgetting something important.
意識的に考えないようにしてるのか。
Are you consciously trying to think about it? Continue. So this is what happens when you don't pick the code. So this is the choice where you make Mew mad at you no matter what you pick. So it's, are you scared and are you looking forward to it? And what we're responding to from Mew, or letting out a bizarre shriek, Mew frantically rakes her head. What is Mew saying? The Mew is just like screaming and stuff. Okay. So we're talking about using Psi. An instant, a intense light pierced through my eyes, glinted against the blinding glare, floating there in the midday sun blazing was a dazzling brilliance. And what does Mina say? Perhaps. Okay, Mina says something. Eclipse. Okay, so talking about the eclipse. Are you looking forward to the eclipse or are you scared of the eclipse? As it rises once again and reaches the very pinnacle, it happens. Solar eclipse. Do you mean the one tomorrow? Says Mew. And then Mew starts screaming. So Maya says the solar eclipse might have already ended, and the Mew starts screaming. Suddenly Mew let out a loud cry, a cry so loud it threatened to shake even the sun itself. Okay. So are you looking forward to it? It just seems like such a weird thing. I mean, are you scared? Wait. Not kawaii, kayui. Does it itch? Wait, so he's asking her if her head itches. What? So basically, it's it. I guess the two things are, when Mario looks at her scratching her head and goes, "Does your head itch?" That's one thing. The second option is that when Mario looks at her screaming and goes, "Wow, Minus said that the solar eclipse could have already happened." Are you upset because that means you missed it and you were looking forward to it? Both of those are incredibly tone deaf. And so that's why both of those make her mad. And I wouldn't know which one you would pick because they're both stupid. But we're going to, for the brute force reasons, for now we're going to pick the top one.
そうじゃなくて
Some of it is itchy, but it's not like
悔
that.
しがってるの
You're so disappointing. Why?
楽しみにしてたからに決まってるでしょ
And then she says, Of course I was looking forward to it. Why?
なんでってレンマル
Why, Renmaru?
覚えてないの
Don't you remember? Okay, so it seems like right here, this is not the brute forcing thing. Are you looking forward to it is what we should lock in as. It just seems really wrong to say that her head itches. Okay.
いいよもう知らない
You looked at me like as if looking at the end of the world. Good, I don't know anymore. For some reason, it seems like the distance between me and Mew is widening. Okay. Now, this one doesn't matter. This one is a no effect choice because you have to go through all of them anyway. Okay. Oh.
気象庁予報部発表の5月に現在
Okay. So this is Who Is It? Or the Rebroke guy. Okay. Man. So this is a brute force, I guess. Who is it? Who is that?
あのリブロクの男キツネメヌ
The guy from Rebroke. She says, Fox Eyes. So, actually, I'm not going to put this as a brute force. I'm going to put this as a lock-in. And I'm going to lock in on the guy from Rebroke. So this one is, would there be statues? On top. And on bottom is something about is time flowing here now question. So let's start with, would there be statues? Can't you see a stationary human figures? I can put this as a brute force.
とにかく今私たちがお互いの姿を見られるのはここには時間が流れているからですよ。
And Maya stops. I haven't seen this before. Anyway, the reason why we can see each other now is because time is passing here. I don't understand. Please explain in one word. What on earth is this world?
だから何度も言ってるじゃないですか。
That's why you've said it so many
ここは
times.
未来の世界ですよ。
Or I have said it this many times. This world is the future.
未来そのものを具現化した世界です。
It's a world that embodies the future itself.
すべての可能性が重なり合ったまま共存している世界。
A world where all possibilities overlap and coexist. Okay, interesting that there's that little bit there. Okay, this is Narumi. Decipher the code, yes. Oops, accidentally picked the wrong thing.
どうして
Oh, why is it there?
Oh.
Don't you want to tell me? This is what's written in the email. The sun turned black. This obviously refers to solar eclipse, right? How do you say solar eclipse in
エクリプ
English?
ス
Eclipse. Yes, that's why. My answer Tamashi turned all the holes in his face into circles. Yeah, it's looking like a bowling ball.
もしかしてそれだけか
Maybe that's all. Yeah, that's all.
そんなもん暗号でも何でもないじゃないか
That's not even a code. Because I opened my eyes and screamed. That's all I could think of, so it can't be helped. Otamachi is stunned. It took a while for his bowling ball-like face to return to normal. Eventually, I understand. Otamachi took out his laptop from the bag at his feet and continued.
どうやら今のお前は普通じゃないらしい
Okay, well, oops. So this is, do you know Kuradera? What do you know about Kuradera? This is a brute force one. Pick the top of the two. And then this one is Narumi. Do you recognize who sent the email? Let's say, yes, I did. And then,
あるの？
who is it? Or do you and then, this one, you were gonna lock this one in on Chisato. Which may be the wrong thing to do because it might not have been Chisato. But anyway. Let's pick the third one because we haven't picked it yet. There are heaps of sea urchins. It's a sea urchin with spines. On the plate? Ah, the scent of this beach is irresistible. As I said this, I used kitchen scissors to cut open the sea urchin shell. When it popped open, I bring my lips together and slurp the gonads inside. Do you actually mean like the gonads, which refers to ovaries and testicles? Then, once it pops open, you bring your lips close and slurp up the reproductive glands inside. Yes, that's actually what you... Okay, I'm going to Google something. How to eat a sea urchin. To eat so this is I don't like idea of reading an AI thing, but I have to get through this quickly. You often consume the gonads, often called ro or uni, which are the 5 orange or yellow tongues found inside the shell. Okay. So yes, you eat the gonads. Creamy. After all, sea urchin is only freshly caught. Then my friend Miho, who was lying next to me,
プール
said,
サイドでウニってありえない組み合わせだよね。
Sea urchin by the pool. That's an impossible combination, isn't it? Yeah, but it's that normal when where your grandfather-in-law lives. Isn't that normal where your grandfather-in-law
どこに
lives?
住んでるのよ。
Where does he live? Above the clouds.
死んでんじゃん。
You mean dead? He's dead. Right. So if she has in-laws, does that mean that she's married? Well, it could be she has, or no, it would mean that she would have to have a sibling that was. Now, whatever. So apparently, in heaven, it is common to eat sea urchins, according to Narumi. But I don't think he'll ever die again.
そりゃそうでしょう。すでに死んでるんだから。
That's right, he's already dead. What is this conversation? No, that's not what I meant. Because I am eating sea urchin, that is why I won't die.
は？
Huh? The kanji for sea urchin is cloud, and the word tani is written in kanji, right? The tan has the meaning of elixir of
へ
immortality.
え、そうなんだ。
Ah, that's right. Miho was impressed and nodded repeatedly. However, she immediately stopped her movements
と
and
ころ
said,
で、天国にプールってあるわけ？
By the way, is there a pool in heaven? It was shortly after that that a disturbing noise reached my ears.
見てよあれ。
Okay, using the kitchen scissors that I use when cutting open the sea urchin shells. Let's skip until. And then something's different here. It didn't translate it because there's too much text going too fast. That he disliked roasted chestnuts, but absolutely loved raw sea urchin. Well, who? Oh, Makoto. Okay. Makoto likes sea urchin. She didn't like crowds and loved the sea, mountains, and starry skies. Okay, so this is the bullying flashback. And it's hard to imagine there being multiple answers to this. Like, you would almost certainly want to yell and attack, hit the bottle, say, I'm curious. Say you did wash these. So I'm just going to lock those in. And that might cause me problems. I don't know. Right. Okay. So, Narumi, this is like, it doesn't matter, does not matter, because you have to investigate everything anyway. You just have to click all this stuff. It takes a long time. I don't know. Okay. So this one is a B. This one I have to brute force because it matters. Okay, what is Dana? Come on. Dana. Yeah, I guess so. So yeah. And nah. I have no objections. I think so too. Apparently, I did not save the system data after I did all this last time. I'm going to make these not... I'm not going to care about these.
じゃあ
That sucks that that didn't save, but whatever. Somehow I closed this without saving it. Okay. So there's kitchen scissors. Flowers. Oh, stars. Is it Tadaima? Okay, so we tell the boss, I don't know, go to the hospital. This is an inn. No effect, these are in. Okay, I'm just notating. Okay, let's try to pick the correct answer for these. Interesting that these didn't save either. Am I not saving my system data somehow?
よく知ってるんだもん。正解なんだもん。それでは。
Oh, this one's saved. Okay. This one's 0.42. This one is 0.2.
すごいブ
Okay, for these I'm going to just pick correct. And I'm going to presume that's fine. Not going to dig into it any further than that. This one's 0.24. Yes, you get funny answers if you pick different things. Inquire about Mokoto.
病
We learned about the blood transfusion. In. Okay, so this one is going to be really significant. So this is going to be added to the brute force list. I'm going to stand in front of Mew. I stood in front of Mew. Who are you? This one did not get translated. The man scrutinized the three of us as if sizing us up and then spoke.
女とガキが2匹か。
A woman and two brats. Then. I spread my arms again and boldly stood up to protect Mew in particular. Deep part sounds like it's contracting, so still I pretend to be arrogant and barked furiously. Listen, fine, even if I just put just one finger on Mew and it's continue. Be all weird on him. Whatever. Now for these are all brute forces, unfortunately. I did go through different combinations of these to see which one would lead to the, see if any would lead to any differences in the scene that immediately followed. And I found that that's not the case. So it's a low priority brute force. Just pick the top choices for these for now, but you eventually would have to go in and brute force them.
Shimura Club の主催。名前はし。
So this one we're going to lock in the correct answer, which is 45 kilos. This one we're going to lock in the stairs, which would be the second answer. This one we're going to lock in the top of the two choices. Okay, this one is a brute force. So let's pick the top. Alright, crop, okay. And then if you pick the boy, you have this fan out, go, don't go. I'm going to lock in go for when I get this part of the fan out. And it does bias. That does bias towards this one. Bias towards talking to the boy first. Now, does it look like a castle? This is very unlikely to matter. Oh, goodness. Okay, I'm going to lock in yes. Because I don't want to search that one. There's just too many choices to search. Isn't it great to live as you like? This one is I'm gonna pick the top bias towards the top one, but this one would have to be searched because this is actually kind of complicated. This one doesn't matter. This is like no effect. Like it doesn't. Whatever. This one is likely also going to have no effect. Kiss or not kiss, likely no effect because it has no effect. The similar question in Ever 17 had no effect. You're taking that precedent. Okay, drink Rotomon or drink orange juice. This was likely no effect. Oh, I pick Rotomon. Okay. This one is a brute force. I'm going to pick Are You Okay, but it's likely a brute force. So why is this not on my list of things? Okay. Between here we have that's all to 71.5. Talk to Mew and then talk to Mina. That's going to be a thing to brute force, of course. I pick Mew. Okay, now cooperate with Mirage. So Mew leads into 72, which cooperate with Mirage. So this is a big brute force. So I'm gonna do yes. And no, I believe fans out. And then this is another brute force. Technically, Mew is not available. And then you go to Yu. Tango, I'm going to cross out because it's unlikely to lead to any good answers, but Yu and Minor are the two you would choose between. This one is a brute forcey one, but is going to be biased towards the second one. I'm going to pick the top one though. Systematics. And then skull. I'm going to just lock in both. Yes. Okay. And this will push through to the ending. Which would be the bad ending, of course. This is a good play time to turn the skip speed higher. Is there a way to do that? The settings of this? Let me look at me. Like we'll look right now. Settings. No, there isn't a skip speed slider. Okay. The muzzle of Kiradera's gun gleamed.
死ねえよ
Shine. Ooh. Mew? The bullet fired from Kiradera hit Mew. Mew presented herself and protected me. Mew's chest slowly turns red. Mew? Kiradera?
ミュウに当たっちまうとはちくしょう
Darn, I can't believe it's gonna hit Mew. Damn it. We killed the wrong one. He doesn't actually want to kill Mew, does he? We already figured that out. He has so many opportunities to do so, he just hasn't done it. He keeps, like, James Bond villaining. Kiradera was also stunned by his own actions and gasped. I won't forgive you. I run. Kiradera is like, wah! I tackle Kiradera's body. He goes, golf! Kiradera's body was blown to the edge of the rooftop. Cool, no! I grabbed the iron pipe that had fallen on the floor and swung it down at Kiradera with all my might. Gah. A shock ran through Kiradera's shoulders. Kono. I struck Kiradera's body with the iron pipe over and over again. Conveniently, there's an iron pipe just there. On the edge of the roof, Kiradera was just crouching there, his whole body weakened. There seemed to be no power to fight back. The finishing touch. I hold the iron pipe in the wrong hand. Now, did something happen to Renmaru's right hand? Oh, so it says reverse grip in the real Google Translate. So maybe that just means that the pipe, more of the pipe proceeded from the pinky side of his hand than the thumb side of his hand, as opposed to him holding it in his offhand. And I thrust it into Kiradera's body, attempting to impale him. So he kind of stabs down like, stabs down pinky side down. At that time, he disappears from underneath, right? And he stabs the pipe into the floor. Kiradera's body flies backward. Okay, never mind. It floats in the air and falls off the roof. What's real Google Translate say? It floats gently into the air and drifts down from the rooftop. Kiradera? So he just levitates away? I threw aside the iron pipe I was holding and hurriedly leaned forward. Kiradera's body plummeted from the rooftop. So it kind of levitated up, went over the railing, and then just kind of dropping. But now it's dropping fast. But it disappears before it hits the ground. Disappeared. Is Kiradera dead? No, he just went back to the original world. But he decided that he needed to get away and decided he didn't have enough time. So he got away beforehand a little bit. And then it timed it just right so he would deal it back to the original world as he was falling off. Now, I wonder if he was aiming for the pool or not. It seems that for some reason, if you fall into the pool from this roof, you don't get injured, even though in real life you would if you fell from this height. What's going on? I had no idea. However, it doesn't change the fact that the enemy has disappeared. Mew. Mew. I turn around and run towards Mew, who had collapsed. Now, the question now is, of course, does Sai do something like, what's it called? Cure syndrome, where you heal really fast, or you heal from things that would ordinarily kill somebody? Well, the fight at the beginning between Chisato and Kiradera somewhat suggested that, because they were getting all beat up, and they were getting back up again and stuff, right? They seem to be healing fast. However, there are some instances where it didn't really seem like that. So it doesn't seem like it's established in the lore that Sai does that. Mew. Mew. Renmaru Kiradera wa. He's gone. It's okay now. Yes, that's good. I couldn't protect you. I couldn't protect you, Mew. I am not dead yet. Well, yeah. Yeah. I was filled with tears as Mew said that in a weak voice. Let's go to everyone's place. I presume that's Mirage's castle. That is Mirage's department store. Let's go back. When I was about to stand up while holding Mew's body, I saw a figure coming up the stairs. We finally met. So, this is Mokoto, I believe. Let's continue. And then Renmaru says, you were that time. Right, so he's referring to... So he remembers her because she was wearing a peach bikini Oh yeah, you're the one for back then. So she already met them. And she walked, like, accidentally tripped and, like, fell into their table. I forgot exactly how it worked. I'm not remembering the details very well. She accidentally spilled something, and then later accidentally broke the table. So she jumped into the sea and almost drowned herself so that she could be a victim as opposed to the culprit to catch. Yes. Just before noon on the 20th, the woman showed up here. What? Is he thinking that this person is Narumi? Is he getting them mixed up? She's not even wearing the same outfit. She was a female police officer back then. No, I thought that was Narumi. And I think this is Makoto.
不思議な因果ね。あれから20時間経ったわ。そして再び私とあなたたちは巡り合った。
I don't understand. Body swap? What? But then why would he recognize her as the wrong person? But she recognizes herself as Narumi. Oh, let's keep reading, but there's something that really makes no sense, because the person claims to be the person who was here 20 hours ago. Right? And that was Narumi, so the person's claiming to be Narumi. Unless it was actually Makoto in Narumi's body. But the model appears to be Makoto's model in the painting. And you would think, well, maybe the Rimaru wouldn't recognize her, even though she believes she's Narumi, or the same person who was here 20 hours ago, because she's in a different body or something. She's in the body of Makoto somehow. But he does recognize her as the person from just before noon on the 20th. He does not recognizing her from way back, many years ago. He's remembering her from the previous day. I'm so confused.
再びこの同じ場所で。
Again at the same place. That's right. But now it's not the time to relax and talk. We need to leave this place as soon as possible.
サイクリミナルが戻ってくるから？
Because the side criminals are coming back. Eh? Why?
それからキリデラも。
Also, Kiridera. What are you? Okay. So why that name, right? Who exactly are you? Me and the female police officer are staring at each other, and for some reason she's still pointing a gun at me. Which kind of makes sense because she would run up pointing the gun, right? Because she's expecting to find the criminal she wants to shoot. However, why is she still pointing it at Rimaru? Ooh-hoo. The woman smiles.
いいわ、行きましょう。安全な場所を知ってるの。連れて行ってあげるわ。
Okay, then let's go. I know a safe place. I'll take you. This is fishy. Maybe she's neither Makoto nor Narumi, but she's actually some sort of villain. That maybe has the body of Makoto. Really?
聞きたいことはたくさんあると思うけど、話はそこでゆっくりとね。
And the voice seems like Makoto's voice as well. Like the voice actor's different. I'm sure there are many. This doesn't sound like Narumi's voice. I'm sure there are many things you want to ask, but let's talk slowly, okay? I try to head towards the observation hall while holding Mew in my arms. The woman remains standing still. I walk past the woman and step toward the entrance of the hall. At that time, she shoots me in the back! Huh? A new bloodstain appeared on Mew. A fresh bloodstain appears on the Mew I hold in my arms. When I turned around, I saw the woman standing there holding the
しょうが
gun.
ないの。
It can't be helped. Smoke is rising from the muzzle of the gun. I can't think of anything. The inside of my head is turning white. Mew doesn't move. Why? Why? The third's... Why? I screamed desperately, but her expression didn't change. Why? Why? The bullet hit my body. And she just unloads in him. I was hit by 4 more bullets. Yeah, she unloads the whole magazine of 6 bullets. I hear a woman's footsteps.
これでおしまい。
This is the end. Wait, we have more bullets in? Does she have such bad aim that he's not dead after 5 bullets? Or is it that you just intentionally shot 5 bullets into him in places that wouldn't kill him so you could have this dramatic finish because you're that cruel? The woman's muzzle is pointed at Mew. Stop it! Oh, so she's shooting all 6 into Mew. Silence envelops the area. Maybe for Mew you would need all 6. But why Renmaru? And why not none of them where it would kill him? Eventually I hear the woman's words.
任務完了。
Mission complete. Only the sound of the woman's footsteps echoed in the rooftop. Renmaru's like, oh, Mew. I barely remain conscious. My whole body was hot. However, I managed to drag my body and approach Mew. Of course, the eclipse is apparently full here. Mew? Apparently this is like dragging yourself to blood sound effects. Somehow I reached Mew's body and touched her. It was still warm. Renmaru. It seems like Mew was still barely conscious. Mew, I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. Or protect Mew. My eyes are overflowing with tears.
いいよレンマル
Okay, It's okay, Renmaru. Mew?
レンマルは私のことを守ってくれるきっと守ってくれるんだ
Renmaru will protect me. I'm sure he will protect me. Mew?
ずっと夢で何度も見ていたのこれで終わりなんかじゃないよ
It's been a dream for a long time. I've seen it many times. It's not the end.
きっとレンマルは何度でも私のことを守ってくれるんだ
I'm sure Renmaru will protect me over and over again. Well, this is not supposed to be the Infinity series. This is supposed to be the Integral series. It's different. We don't have looping again, do we? It's gonna tell me the story is not over because you are still caught in the infinite loop. You looked up at the sky and muttered in a low voice. There is no power in the voice. It sounds like it could easily get cut off if the wind blows.
それに
And
こんなにも綺麗な空を一緒に
we are able to see such a
だから
beautiful sky together. That is why my hand grips Mew's hand tightly. Their fingers are intertwined to check each other's body temperature. The time was about to become 7:35. Interesting. So it's not noon yet. Eclipse is maximum at 7:35? An annular solar eclipse has begun.
ねえ、レンマル。覚えてる？おまじない。
Hey Renmaru, I remember that spell. I remember. I can't forget. I remember everything.
嬉しい。
I am happy. A single tear was falling from Yu's eyes.
そのショックが最大になるとき、月が太陽の真ん中にすっぽりと収まって綺麗な光の輪ができた瞬間、
When the eclipse reaches its maximum, the moment when the moon fits completely in the middle of the sun, creating a beautiful ring of light.
その時にね、好きな人と一緒に薬指と薬指を絡めて太陽の方に向けるの。そうするとその二人は永遠に別れることはないんだって。
At that time, with the person you love, intertwine your ring fingers and point them towards the sun. That way the two will never be separated. Mew and I intertwine our ring fingers and point them toward the sun. Mew?
レンマル。
Rinmaru? Together forever. We both said that at the same time. But did those words, I wonder, actually find a voice? Eventually, both of us slowly closed our eyelids. Okay. I'm going to skip the credits, if I can, if that's possible. Left control. Plus, I forget how to skip the credits. Okay, there we go. The world has been around for a while, so I guess we had extra credits, an after credit scene here. Everything turns into nothingness, and only the concept remains. His body was still there, but it was just a shell. That is a him, by the way. That is a kare no. A vessel whose ego has disappeared. The body, which had lost sight of the meaning of its existence, simply remained there, becoming a universal existence. Or maybe that's it. Or maybe that was the best ending he wanted. There is no way for anyone to prove that. Probably a fictional Utsu Seme that disappears. This is very Remember 11-esque. In all likelihood, a fading, illusory husk, where you have like Satoru in his coworker's body. I forgot what his name is. Just trapped in. Everyone thinks he should be his coworker, but he thinks he's Satoru, trapped in a psych ward forever. Anyway. Probably a fictional, I likely had a fading illusory husk. In a world where Mew doesn't exist, he's just a delinquent who is consumed by the haze of time. The second Eclipse project was a success, and the world was filled with empty existences like Rinmaru. Wait, so he survives all those shots? Divagate. Okay. Saved that. Save that. Okay. I saved system data. Let's go to memories. Clear list. Whoops. So I have 2 out of the 8 endings, 145 out of the 269. Arubama. I guess that's chapters. 1 out of every 1 out of 32 musics, which is weird. Mapi. Mabi. No, Mu. Oh, photo album 145 2 soon. Mabi. Mubi. No, movies. Movies 2 out of 5. Okay, so Divide and Divagate. So Divagate is listed after Divide. Interesting. Let me check my notes on the scenes. So my previous notes said that the trunk was 11 through 16. Wait. So scenes 1 through 6 are the trunk. Okay. Huh. I don't have anything more listed in my note. Did my notes that bad? Huh. Okay. 1 to 6 of the trunk then. I didn't list which scenes I had previously, so I can't like compare. Whoops. And it was hours 17 to 12 the next day. Okay. Okay, so those are chunked together. Okay, so interesting. So 27 through 42 are Divide and Divagate concatenated. Okay. So I'm under the impression, my guess right now is that there's probably a combination of things that would, well, look at the clear list as well. The pictures as well. Oh, it's probably under album. Well, when we start I'll talk about that later. When I start skipping again, so I have something to talk about while skipping. Oh. Oh, that's really interesting. Okay. So the two new ones are... So remember, there's another version of this that we don't have. There's another version of this that we don't have as well. The two new ones are this one and this one. Now, what's really interesting is that this one appears chronologically later than this one at this ending, but it's earlier in the list, indicating that this happens in many endings, even maybe the good ones. This one is specific to the bad ending, but there appears to be two versions of this CG, two variations, and only one of them is shown. The same thing here, it's like two variations of this, but only one of them is unlocked. That's really weird. I don't know what's going on with that. But it's also noted that this is the last one of these in this collection, indicating me there may not be any more bad endings. We'll see. Okay, so I'm going to take a little break, and I'm going to, well, my encoding is paused, and then I'm going to come back and start working some more. And we'll get to my thoughts to fill the audio space while I'm skipping again to work on this some more. And I'm back. So, I have this idea about what maybe the alternate versions of the bad ending CGs are. Perhaps there's like somewhere in the final ending, there's a flash across or a montage of all the bad things that could have happened if things went wrong. and in that there's black and white versions of these. That's a possible explanation for versions of the bad ending CGs that are not unlocked. Anyway, let me get going on what I'm going to do next, which is quite boring, but I deem it necessary. Why can't I just exit? How do I get out of the album? Escape? There we go. I better get moving on actually doing the thing while I talk about it. This is not very interesting. Oh, I just have to do a confirmation. So, my guess is that what's actually made the difference between getting the divide ending and whatever that ending that I just got was, I already forgot the name. I walked away for an hour and forgot the name. It's Diva something. Diva Gate, something like that. Is actually merely one choice. And it's the choice to stand in front of Mew when you're confronted by the man from the Chimera Club. So, I was really surprised. Sorry for leaning away from the mic. I was really surprised that, oh, my text tracker is not showing. That I hadn't made that choice yet. It wasn't highlighted in blue. And maybe there was some reason, right? Maybe I thought that Mew didn't like being stood in front of. Maybe because Mew would later run up from behind you and kick the guy. Or something. Maybe there's a reason I didn't pick that choice. I know when I was trying to do the bad choice and the Mina-focused choices, I was standing in front of Mina or something like that, right? But when accusing this game of being unintuitive, yeah, you would. It is kind of intuitive that if you wanted to get the best outcome for Mew, then you would indeed stand in front of Mew. Especially when you get to the end and she likes guys with big backs to use to protect the woman or whatever. So that would not be unintuitive that you should pick that if you wanted a better ending with regards to Mew. So, let me see here. I pick this. And there's one more thing I wanted to say. And the reason why I started thinking that right after I got into that ending is because in that ending, Mew suddenly stands in front of Rimaru and spreads her arms, right? Like, to protect him. And that is complementary to Rimaru doing that earlier in the plot. Right, so that's what made me think that was what made the difference. So to confirm, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to replicate the choices I made previously. Not do any of the lock-ins, right? So if I did something where I locked in this, but based on choosing something different than that, I want to do the same thing that I did earlier today. Which is going to be hard. I'm really bad at remembering the exact choices I made in a previous run. You probably can recall that when I played Memories Off. I've tried to replicate what I did previously, and the replication just didn't happen. But I'm going to make an attempt at that. And then when I get to that one choice I thought that made the difference, whether stand in front of Mew or not, when you're confronted by the guy at the Chimera Club. So this way I did all the first choices, right? I did Don't Disturb Me, I think. I didn't lie. But that's what I'm going to... But wait. I'm going to save right at that choice that I thought made the difference. And then I'm going to redo standing in front of Mew and see if that... okay, this one I think I accidentally hit Otomachi explain instead of me explain. The first time, so let me try to, like, replicate that. Then here I screamed. And here I said I don't know. And then here, did I run off picking the Kraken at the end? I think I repicked the first one, if I were to guess.
船からは何も奪われ
Okay, you want to search his person. Make sure I get the Diva Gate again. And then I'll go back and choose a different one, like stand in front of both of them, and see if that reverts me back to the Divide ending. That's going to be the test. And then I'll explain what I'll do next after that. So I believe I chose Clouds, which is not what I would have locked in on, but it's what I did the first time, the time I tried to replicate. Then we check the data again. Then we tell Omega. And then we move the conversation on. In this one, it's replay the contents in my head. And then ask if he's heard from Makoto. Now, as for the plot of this, as already been the case, I really don't. I would expect to. Let's see here. Agree. Like usual, what I like to do is I like to make predictions about what the resolutions are to the mysteries of the plot, right? And see if my predictions are correct. However, as I've previously said, I don't really have any idea what's going on in the plot of this thing. I have no guesses for what the answers to any of these mysteries are. So... Oh yeah, I picked Mew. Kind of weird. That's what I picked the previous time, right? The end was very strange there. We had Makoto showing up. I mean, it is Makoto. She has blue eyes, and I don't think Narumi has blue eyes. Does she not have brown eyes? And doesn't Narumi have brown hair, but the character that showed up had gray hair? That was the character model for Makoto. And yet, for some reason, Renmaru was recognizing her as the cop from the previous day, which was not Makoto, it was Narumi. And the person who looked like Narumi was introducing herself as... Looked like Makoto was introducing herself as the cop from yesterday, even though she was a different body. So that's really, really weird. You might go, okay, well... So, I did the itchy one, which is bad, but that's the one that I chose. This one, that doesn't matter, you just go through it all. So you could go, okay, Makoto is evil. Makoto is bad or something.
気象庁
Oh, okay. I somehow skipped through that. But it may not have actually been Makoto. That's what's complicated about it. So we do like the statues. No, the man from Rebrock. So I think here I picked the Rebrock guy because I said I was going to lock it in before I made a choice. So that Rebrock guy is, I think, is what I. It's the white replication. This one would be there. This one I said statues. Yeah. And here it's like, why was it not red? So anyway, Makoto is something more complicated with going with Makoto. Maybe the reason why Makoto tried to kill herself is that she was trying to prevent someone using her body or something to do something with it. But she didn't necessarily fully commit to killing herself. Which might be because she didn't really actually want to die. Oh, and then I accidentally mess up and I say eclipse, right? So we're too busy doing these choices. Do you know Kiridera is what I chose, I think.
ないよ。
Makoto tried to kill herself so that her body would not be used to do whatever was done, right? She tried to prevent whatever was going to happen. However, she didn't fully commit to killing herself. She kind of still wanted to live. And I think I was choosing locking into Chisato here, and actually did choose Chisato. Or maybe she was just banking on the hospital wouldn't be able to put her back together again in time, and so she would be available for whatever would happen in the future that happened. But that failed, and she got put back together again and back in commission, and someone used her body or controlled her, or she just did it because it was necessary if she was still alive, did the thing at the end. Something like that. I don't know. It may not be as straightforward as just Makoto is actually evil. And then this one, I think I locked some stuff in and did them. So I said yell and attack. Yep. And then hit the bottle. Well, I am curious. And then I did wash her shoes. And this one you have to pick them all anyways. I'm doing it out of order accidentally. But even still, I really have nothing, I know nothing about what's going on. Like, I don't know what the second Eclipse project is. I don't know what determines which world somebody is in. What generated the new world? What will happen eventually? Will everyone eventually get transferred over? Why? What psi has to do with it? What's the necessity of mu? I don't know any of this. I have no like hypotheses about the answer to any of these things. So this one is, yeah, I think psi has to do with the situation. And then this one I picked red. Sun. Red sun. And then we did the kitchen scissors because we want to do the right thing here. And then we accidentally messed up and said flowers. Then, okay. And then we do Sadaima. And then here we did Ghoul. Every single time. Or Gwa. Whatever you call it, however you pronounce it. And I told the boss I was going to the university hospital. And then this is, and I made sure to get these right. So 18.44 meters, 0.42 seconds, 0.2 seconds. Wait, did I not pick it? And then 0.24 seconds. On this one I said, inquire about Makoto.
病室
And this is where I put a save. Uh-oh. Okay. Oh, it wasn't letting me save. It's saving this in 64. Okay. Now we're going to try to do a replication. So just to make sure this is still a good enough replication that this is still causing the Diva Gate ending to happen. So I'm going to stand in front of Mu and Mina. I did be weird about this, I think. And then for the Shinkuro questions, I just always pick the top one.
いずれ会うこと志村君
And then this was 45 kilos. look on the stairs. And yes, this is important. Then I picked talk to Tongo. I said yes, go with them. And then I said yes to the castle thing. So it looks like we didn't end up pushed into the Narumi route. Which was something that could have gone wrong that I considered. That getting the Diva Gate ending could unlock the Narumi route, and then I could end up there instead of Renmaru's, but that appeared to not happen. Then I say, I approve of the Utopia. This thing, I think I just picked the top choice because it doesn't matter. And then I just hit the skip button here, whatever that did. And then I picked I had kissed a girl. I think I picked drink Rotomone by accident. I intended to pick drink orange juice and accidentally hit Rotomone. Are you okay? I talked to Mew instead of Mina. And then Mina asks us if I'm going to cooperate with Mirage, and I said yes.
やっぱりそうなん
And then I said Mew, but then it didn't let me. And then when I fell through, I think I fell through to talking to Yu. And I picked care for my wound too, I think, here. And then I said both. And then I affirmed whatever she was saying. And I think that's the last choice. So let's let this play out and see if I get a repeat of the Diva Gate. Or no, not a. No, I didn't hit the. I didn't do the plan right. I picked the wrong choice instead of picking the right choice. So this should not. Okay, let's see if we don't get the Diva Gate, but we get the what's it called? Divide ending. I did it wrong. I said what the plan was, and then didn't actually execute according to the plan I said. How I said it is the way you should do it. You should confirm the replication and then do the perturbation to the replication and see if that changes it how you expect. But I'm doing a perturbation already, so this doesn't mean anything until I go back and preserve the replication. There's no control on this, basically. No, that was Divagate. So, that suggests that my hypothesis is incorrect. I am now really confused. Well, we're gonna keep perturbing. Okay. I'm now really confused. Well, let's do this, one more thing here. Let's stand in front of just Mina. Okay. And then we have to do all these again. Ideally, I would search, like, take this, like, set of choices that yielded the Divagate ending and try to perturb on it and see if it can go to a third ending or whether what perturbation makes it go back to the divide ending. So I don't know what's making the difference between the two. The Divagate ending seems better, right? Because there's more lore. Your relationship doesn't break down with Mew at the end. So it seems like, you know, if you were to rank them, the choices that would get you to whatever the good ending is would be more closely related to the Divagate choices than to the divide choices. And of course, I'm not acting like, oh yay, success, I managed to get something different to happen finally. My reaction is not so good because, yeah, it was different, but it still sucked. I'm trying to get something good to happen, really and truly. Here's weird. I'm going to drop a save on this. And I'm going to wipe out 63. Okay. These are just like the last few choices. I want to like iterate on them. If it turns out that it still leads to Divagate. I'm waiting. And Divagate also has an extra credit scene. That's why it's like a higher level ending. Okay, so this is Divagate again. Okay. Now I need to figure out how to get back to the divide ending. Because with that, I can take my red pin. You're not seeing my pin colors, but... and I can, like, figure out how to get to the edge. Because if I can do that, I can then start classifying the choices as the Divagate side of the choice or the divide side of the choice. So, but anyway, like, on its own at least, who you stand in front of doesn't affect which of those two endings you get. Okay. So. Let's load 63. So that's here. Do I use green? I'll just use blue. So it point. Okay, let's hit this one. You end up talking to Mew anyway. Okay. So I'm putting a note here, likely of no effect. Now let's not work with Mirage. Let's say we're not going to cooperate with Mirage. Nye. There's no way you're going to do that, right? There's no reason to cooperate in the first place. So shoot Chimera Club? Yes. Oh, that might be good.
何それ、主体性がない返事。
What is that? A reply that lacks independence? And then let's see what this iterates to. So let's do the same thing. I told you this was going to be boring. And then we just do all the same stuff out here. So the crucial difference here is we decided to join, we told Mew we're going to join this Chimera Club, as opposed to telling Mew we're going to join, join the, join Mirage. That's how we switched. Divide ending. There it is right there. Okay. So, now we need to figure out if that was a... Now let's like keep iterating on that. So we found a straw that broke a camel's back right there. So let's do the same thing. We try to talk to Mina, and it says Mina's not available, right? Anyway, to talking to... What? What? I am so corn. My corn is so fused. Why did it change? Okay, let's try talking to Mew. Okay, let's try to restore the... That is weird. Okay. So, let's talk to Mew. Say we're going to support Mirage, okay? And let's redo the whole ending. Why did it suddenly... Then Mina was available. What? Okay, that's the last choice. What ending do we get this time? The reason why that was confusing is because I decided I'm going to talk to Mina instead of Mew in that scene, right? And it says Mina's not available. I ended up talking to Mew anyway. And then with Mew, you got to choose. Do you have to want to support Mirage? However, I went back and noted that choice after I got the Divide ending. And it said, and then I just ended up with a conversation with Mina. It's the same choice, but and off the same set of same. It's the same save file. How could? Why is this different conditions? Why is the logic so... This is like a bug, or is this just some really weird logic where different things are possible in different situations depending on which ending you've previously gotten? Like if you're coming off the Diva Gate, then apparently then you can't talk to Mina, but if you're coming off a Divide, you can. Okay, so that restores Diva Gate. So that all's right with that, at least. And I forgot both of these actually have an extra after credit scene. I just forgot about the Divide after credit scene. Okay. Save all my stuff. Okay. So now I'm going to load it again. I'm going to load save 63. Because apparently you have to have like an 8-bit number to tell me for the save file indices, yes. Now I'm going to say I want to talk to Mina. Okay, so you can talk to Mina. Okay, continuing. Odd. Okay. Let's not chase after her. Okay, talk to Mew. Talk to Yu. So now we didn't like choose between who to support. We just chose to talk to Mina instead of Mew, so we didn't even have that option. Why I couldn't talk to Mina that one time, I don't know. Maybe I'm just misremembering something. Or maybe I'm just dumb. Really boring, isn't it? It's like you should like chop this footage up like Markiplier. It's like I could, I have the capability of doing that, but I don't have the time, nor the desire to. So I'll do it. My prediction is this is divide. Yeah, it would be nice to speed up the skip speed. The problem, like, at least it's not the stupid every 17 skip speed. If you played the Gestalt, not the Gestalt patch, the Himmel patch of that, you don't know what I'm talking about. But if you played the original unpatched version, you know what I'm talking about. Okay, so that triggers divide. Okay. So let's do a little bit different. This is going to be really boring, guys. I'm going to just do like a whole bunch of like subtle things. And I'm going to skip through like the entire in part of the game, every single one. So this one I'm going to talk to Mina again. But then I'm actually going to run. Mina, I'm sorry. I pushed Mina's body away. Hey, Mew, wait. Okay, we've already done this. So, Mew. Just that little difference. See if that gets me back to, Anyway, talk to Mew is the Diva Gate. Talk to Mina is the divide side. Divagate. Okay. This is getting really interesting. So if you run after, don't run after. Divide. And then okay. Interesting. So we know that that choice actually makes a difference. And it's actually better to talk to Mina and then run after Mew afterwards than it is to talk to Mew and tell her you're joining the Chimera Club. That's the hierarchy. Okay, so this time we're going to talk to Mew. So we're going to not support the... You're not going to cooperate with Mirage. Chimera Club? No. No, how could that be? We are not Mirage members, nor are we members of the Chimera Club. Are you planning on watching silently? Oh, I don't know what these choices are. So what's this one? Would that be bad? Or, yeah, let's try this. Is it bad?
別に悪くはないけど、なんかちょっと。
It's not bad, but it's a bit... Wait, what is it? Okay. Let's see what this does. Okay, I'm just writing down notes. So this is joining neither club. But when we say just kind of sit back and watch. And is that bad? I'm sitting here silently. Think of more things to talk about. Divide. Okay. So it's better to talk to Mina and then chase after Mew after you're done talking to Mina than it is to talk to Mina, say you'll join neither cause, and ask is that bad. Interesting. Okay, we're going to talk to Mew again. We're not going to cooperate with Mirage. We're not going to join the Senior Club. But we're going to ask this instead. Is that bad? We're going to say, no way, I'll stop the battle!
どうやって？
How? How? Sorry, I wasn't thinking anything.
まったく行き当たりばったりなんだから。
That's completely random. That was too bad. I didn't think about it. I couldn't help but cringe at Mew's words. At that time, some of the group said, okay, let's see what being cringe does. I have to wait through this every single time. Come on. Give me an answer. Okay, finish fighting. Divide. Okay. So, what we determined now is that it's more Divagate to talk to Mew and join Mirage than it is to talk to Mew and join the Chimera Club, or talk to Mew and say you'll join neither. Whatever choice you make after you decide to join neither might matter if we had a higher resolution. Depends on how like the point math works. But as far as we could tell, join the Chimera Club is better. It's also of similar quality to talk to Mina instead of Mew. But then when Mew comes up disappointed at you afterwards, to run after Mew. That's about the same. That's at least better than talking to Mew and then saying you won't join the Chimera Club. I misspoke. Talking to Mew and saying you won't cooperate with Mirage. Talking to Mew and cooperating with Mirage. Talking to Mew and doing anything else besides cooperating with Mirage is worse than if you talk to Mina and then chase after Mew. Does that make any sense? Maybe a little. Maybe the point math they have to make something to get points back or whatever. But okay. And I'm kind of assuming that Divagate is better or Mew than Divide. That kind of makes sense with these choices, right? You chase after Mew, you get Divagate. You don't chase after Mew, you get Divide. And of course, what Mew says in each of these endings. So, let's try to mess around with the choices afterwards. So how we're going to do that is we're going to pick what's probably the edging out the Divagate by the thinnest margin possible, and then just kind of mess around with the back end. So that is probably talking to Mina and then chasing after Mew afterwards. So talk to Mina. And then you go run after Mew. Now let's mess around with this. Let's talk to Mina again.
あら、みゆちゃんはどうしたんで
What happened to Mew-chan? No, I didn't feel like she was listening to me. Okay, and then do that and see what happens. And I'll preserve this. This is the last choice. Now I have to sit and wait until my fate's decided. So, with that one, you can, when it's like who to talk to, like, after the fight, basically. No, wait a second. What let you talk to after that whole thing with the gun, right? Where Yu kicks Tango. You can't actually talk to Mew. Mew drops down. But it's interesting to figure out if trying to talk to Yu actually matters. So because you can't actually talk to me or talking to Mina, you wouldn't think would make that big of a difference, but we'll see if it makes a difference. Gate. Okay. So it doesn't seem to really matter. Okay. Now let's start like doing a whole bunch of things at once, trying to be, I don't know, more. Just let's go crazy. Let's say. Continue. Let's talk to Mina. Chase after Mew. Now this one we're going to talk to Tongo. And actually, I think this is like the dumb answer, so I'm gonna preserve it. But then when I get to Mina in the penthouse, we're gonna do. I just see a skull. It looks like a skull. And then here we're gonna say the opposite. Is that so? See if that changes anything. Those two choices. Nope, still deviate. Okay. That makes it like unlikely that those have an effect. I know I did all three at once, but effect. It's unlikely those in choices have an effect. But we're going to try mess around with them a little bit here. We're going to figure out if the whole treat my wound too or do you need help with something can save me. By the way, you might think that the whole skull or woman thing could lock in. Like if she dies if you see a skull, and she just gets dragged away if you see a woman. I think the very first time I played this, I just see a skull by accident, and it ended up being divide. So I don't think that really has that kind of effect. So I'm going to do it badly this time. I'm going to do Mina, but then I'm not going to chase after Mew. Now I'm going to pick the second option and see if that wins me back enough points to counteract my bad decision earlier. Moment of truth. No. Okay. So it's unlikely effect. Low power. So just one more like dumb thing. I'm gonna see if I can. No, this is boring, but one more iteration here. I'm gonna see if I can like overcome that whole not chasing after Mew thing. Going back to the bus. So I'm gonna load this one. I'm gonna stand in front of Mew. Oops.
いずれ会うことに。志村。
何が？
Okay, we're gonna. This one is. Yeah, this is D1, so I'm gonna do a bad choice here. not chase after her. Okay, let's see if we can make up for this blunder here. And this didn't really make a difference, probably. No. This is like 1 point compared to 3 points or something. Okay, so that does not make up for anything. So one of the problems you can encounter with this is that it could be like a massive point margin, like choosing to chase after Mew or not chase after Mew is like a margin of 3 points or something in some scale. But then these other choices, they might help or hurt, but it's only by 1 point. And so their effect disappears. And that makes it difficult to, or not actually found the edge, like within a point of determining what side I'm like in a deep, I've isolated choices that matter, but those choices actually matter a lot. And so they're hiding the significance of choices that matter less. I don't know if that makes any sense. So there's still that could make it more difficult to figure out like what choices matter. Right now I've only found like 2 or 3 things that matter so far. So it's going on quite long. I'm going to take a little break. And then when I come back, I'm going to do one of 2 things. One is I'm just going to go and try to just, knowing a little bit more than I know now, which is not very much, just a little bit more, try to go through and make all what I think are the best choices for Mew all the way through. Try to just like the best I can. Take another shot at that. And see what the results are. And the second thing I'd like to do is see maybe if I got these 2 endings as Mew, maybe that's enough that I've unlocked the Narumi side, and maybe I can do something in the Narumi side. So those are the 2 more things I'd like to try when I come back from my break. which is going to be more like a dinner. It's going to be a dinner break and shoulder press break. I know shoulder press. I guess it can kind of improve your back size in a way because your shoulders will appear larger from the back. Pressing though really builds the front delts, not really the rear delts. So it's not the most, by far from the most direct way to increase your back size. Anyway, I'll be back. Okay, I'm back once more. I'm definitely not going to do 6 hours. Well, alone 8 hours. The original plan was 8 hours. Okay, well, the greatest plans of mice and men are futile, or something like that. Some piece of nonsense literature. But we're going to do 2 things, as I said. The first is going to be trying to make the best choices possible, again. Well, that's the only thing I do with this. And the second is see if I can get into the Narumi side. So this one we're doing, try to find your cell phone. We're going to accept the criticism. This one I was unsure about what would be the best choice. What I call a brute force choice, where you kind of iterate on it to try to figure out if this is good or bad, which is better of the two. But I'm going to go with the first top one. That one's kind of up in the air. This should go through all 4. This is the one I pick. Worry about Makoto. This one probably doesn't matter. I know what an RSD is, because she should know because she has Cyclopedia syndrome or whatnot. And this one, the best response seems to be, best I would think would be, who are you? In this one, I'm going to act calm. So this is, I'm going to explain it myself. Okay. This one I'm going to actually not scream. I'm going to be calm. This one I'm actually going to, it's going to seem weird to you. I'm going to say I don't know the story of the Dai Iglesia. Just going to propagate more choices. And then here I'm going to bring up the Kraken myself. I mean, it probably doesn't matter. I just didn't pick something to go with here. Now we're going to search the boy's person. And say there's no birds. We're going to check the data again. And then we are going to tell Omega. We're going to move the conversation on. I'm going to replay contents of the email in my head. Ask Otamachi if he heard from Mokoto. This I'm going to... I'm not sure what's the right thing to do, but I'm going to agree. Here I'm just going to agree and not bring up Kiridera.
さて
Here I'm going to say we need to contact Mokoto. I mean, we need to find Makoto for answers. You're going to say, were you looking forward to the solar eclipse?
そりゃあもう死ぬほどね。
She's well about to die. Why?
なんでってレンマル覚えてないの？
Don't you remember that she would be killed by the solar eclipse? That's a rough one, because she gets mad at you either way. This is, you choose all of them.
現在
This I'm going to say the Rebrock guy.
そう
This I say, would there be... Okay, so statues is on top. So I'm gonna put the, is time flowing here now?
それは
And then this one I pick, why was it not red? And I can decipher the code. And it's revelation.
どうしてそ
Now, do you know Kiridera? Which is probably, what do you know about Kiridera? Might be bad. I probably made the wrong choice there. Oops. Well, this is not exhaustive. That was a hard one. Then we look at the woman in the bathtub. See, Narumi's eyes are red, Makoto's eyes are blue, so that was Makoto at the end, unless Narumi was wearing blue contacts. Do you recognize who sent the email? No. I said flatly. I think it was Chisato, although it says the blue-haired girl. We're just gonna go with state because this doesn't matter. Okay, we're going to attack. Going to go for the bottle. I'll say I'm curious. I mean, it's kind of weird to say, no, I don't care about that at all, but maybe that's the right decision, I don't know. I don't really care that, you know, you can just conjure a truck in the air. That just doesn't bother me. It's kind of a weird answer. Pick I. Get better at the coordinating the choicing thing here. So relation between Sai and the situation. Yes, I believe Sai is related to the situation. Pick red. Red sun, because why not? Doesn't seem to affect anything in any obvious way. It was a steak knife. And she likes stars. And she said Tadaima. I don't think this matters. To the Boston going to the hospital. $18.44, 0.42, 0.2, 0.24. Inquire about Makoto. Stand in front of Mew. Whatever. Okay, it looks like we are in the Rinmarg side. Which, I don't know if that's how surprising that should be. I thought I made good choices. Okay, this probably, I don't have any way to decide what matters here. $45. Stairs. Yes. Gonna talk to Tongo. I'm just gonna say yes, we're gonna go with Mirage. Because you make pure pro Mirage choices because Mew likes Mirage. Could talk to Mew though. From the castle thing. From the Utopia thing. I guess Mew doesn't like society. This doesn't matter probably. This also probably doesn't matter. This probably doesn't matter. Okay, I'm gonna drink orange juice so that Mew doesn't have to watch me spit it up, but I don't know if that really matters. Talk to Mew. Say, yes, we're going to cooperate with Mirage. Try to talk to Mew again. Not going to work, so we're going to talk to you. I don't think this actually matters. I'm going to pick Mina. Now we get to see more Mew's face on the on the screen. Oh, this is something you need help with. Both.
でもどう
I can see picking a beautiful woman might actually make sense.
ええ
Saying I see a woman. Okay. So I'm guessing this will just land me right into what we call right into the Diva Gate. There's a few things I can optimize a little bit because maybe I'm supposed to talk to you when you're about to follow Mirage. You're supposed to call off the guy because you don't get to do that if you don't talk to Mew, and then the guy continues to be annoying. In the background off screen. Let's see here. Trying to think of some other things. Oh yeah, do you know Kiradera? What do you know about Kiradera distinction? Please pick the other one on that. I don't know. Definitely didn't get any new seats, so it's a typical bust for this setup. Oh, I'm really confused. That means right there that I got the divide ending, even though I did the things like they need to do that I thought to get Diva Gate, like what's it called? Say you're gonna cooperate with Mirage. Even though I did that, I still got the divide. Means it's something I did earlier to change it from just pick the first one on all of the brute ones, the ones I don't understand, to just change what I think is the best one, degraded it back down. Well, it's a hint. It means something. Huh. Should I stop here or should I move on to try to get into the... I have to get up a certain time tomorrow morning. I'm actually going to, at halftime, only 4 hours in, I'm going to cut off. So, what happened here, the progress that was made, was that I did get one different ending than the divide ending, which we would call the Divagate. The Divagate ending appears to come from a better relationship with Mew. Okay, which seems to suggest it's the better ending of better relationship with Mew. How if it's actually like better in general or not, I'm not sure. It is basically the same as the divide ending, which is an interchangeable last bit. An interchangeable last bit has Makoto recognized as Kurumi for some reason show up and shoot Mew and Renmaru to death. But it's kind of like overcoming the previous boss, right? In this Divagate ending, you get past Kiridera. You overcome him, and then you get killed by a new thing. So it's kind of like a little bit better because you make it past one extra obstacle. This kind of suggests if the choicing here is simple, such that some choices are just generally better, and some choices are generally worse. And if you get above a certain threshold, you go from the worst choice to a middle, worst thing to a middle ending, and even better gets you from a middle to the best, then that suggests that anything that will tend to give me more likely the Divagate as opposed to the divide, if I get enough of that, I might get a third, even better ending. And we managed to establish some things that are more Divagate-ish and less divide-ish. For example, telling Mew that she will cooperate with Mirage. She says that's not very independent of you, but that helps get the Divagate over the divide ending. If you decide to talk to Mina instead of Mew, if you chase after Mew after she gets mad at you for Mina being too close to you, then that's better than not chasing after her. And those are the only things we've established. We established something more generally, and that is just sort of random picking the top choice on the list is better for me getting the Divagate ending than picking what I would think would be the best choices. Which does confirm that it is somewhere in there is something very counterintuitive about what's triggering the Divagate ending as opposed to the divide ending. And so I have a bunch of work to do going in and figuring out how these choices affect it, and what exactly I'm thinking is a better choice is not actually a better choice, or what several choices I think are better choices are not actually better choices. We have not figured out anything about getting into the Narumi side yet. And that may not be possible until we've gotten an ending of significant goodness with the Mew side. Whew. If you watched all that, which is very likely that you did, but you probably skipped to the end, right? Because there's a lot of skipping in there, and if you're going to put something on your second monitor to watch while you're doing your homework, you wouldn't put something that's just a lot of skipping, I would think. You can let it play because you were all locked in. It just played in the background. Anyway, thank you for watching all that. I don't know if this ending was the ending that Dark Rise Rage gave in his comment, because I haven't looked in his reply to his own comment, because I haven't looked at it. We could have given me a guide to a different ending. So don't know about that. And I'm still kind of stuck, honestly. Like, I'm not really acting like I made a big breakthrough and now I'm like can really go at the game again. Because although I made a little breakthrough, I'm in a better situation than I was previously, it's still like really sticky. Like the next recording session, my best hope would be like to just figure out a few more choices, or which is the better and which is the worse. I don't really see a clear path all the way to a new ending. I don't see a clear path to more story. And I also don't see, this is the frustrating thing, anywhere where the story, just judging the story by itself and none of the choices can even go. I don't have any hypotheses about, call them theories, but whatever. I don't have any theories, quote unquote, theories in air quotes, about what the answer to the mysteries of the plot are. I just don't know anything. The game's not giving me anything to work with. And it's very arbitrary and chaotic and random. And it's not actually particularly enticing. It's not very tantalizing, actually. It's so random. It's so just goofy that it doesn't really build something my brain can think around. So I'm not really tempted to try to figure out what's going on. Yeah, I hope the ending is good. I hope there's like a big twist. It's like, wow. I'm hoping there's something crazy that's going to come out of this. But there's no guarantee that there is. There is some of the tropes coming up, of course. There's the time loop thing, that Mew is re-experiencing this over and over again and is taking memories from previous attempts with her. So she has this big battery in her memory of things that happened previous times. And maybe that doesn't really she doesn't start recalling these things until later in the timeline. Like she gets these headaches, she gets these memories, and some of these headaches give her memories of her deep past, but some of them might give me her memories of previous attempts at the game. So that's going to be like, Zero Escape, Virtue's Less Reward, Never 7, that kind of style of idea might start cropping up. And that's the motif of the Infinity series. You're in this infinite loop. This is not supposed to be an Infinity series, it's supposed to be the Integral series. Nevertheless, the integral sign that is drawn on the logo for the game looks suspiciously like an infinity symbol. So yeah, there's that going on. See, it's like an infinity. Now, this will probably play the intro one more time out of the menu, because if you sit in the menu, the start page too long, it'll play. So I'll play that just to see if we can see any spoilers in the intro again. So I need all the help I can get, and then I'll stop recording. Wait, what was that? What's that CG right there? Yeah, all those suits, how do you get them? Those suits mine are clear. And you that's on the Ruby side, right?
作られた異世界ファンタジー逆風に描かれたフィクションがリアルへと就職を始めるあの日に消えた太陽も
And there's Divide. Oh, what's that? Are these ending names? This will be encoded in 60 at 60 frames a second. Hope maybe you could like put it on 1 1/4 speed and pause it and try to grab those names. That's it.